That's better. Yay, all three. Got some tunes on tonight as well. Thumb update. I can't believe how something quite so insignificant can hurt so much. Really, you know when it's like it's just a bit of skin and it's like ow, everything I touch I'm like, oh my god. So I'll survive. Yep, sorry, I had because last night I got the email saying I could go for affiliate, so I started filling in all the forms and it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning and I pressed the wrong button. And I thought, it's obviously their mistake. So I pressed it again. Oh, you've been locked out. So I then reapplied everything. Oh, Mr. Hendy. So I finally realised I'd made a boo-boo and been locked out for 24 hours. So the key on the laptop was different to my phone. So I just had to do a thing, which is good. So we have a little fox on the roof. Foxy, stoty, foxy. It's even worse from the back. So that's all hand drawn and cut. I made a slight boo-boo, that's why there's masking tape. And I need to put some eyes on him, otherwise he's going to look a little bit simple, as in dots, I mean. Everything's peeled, everything's paint cut. I can just literally smack straight into it. So I've already saved an hour's worth of everyone's time. Thank you, KO. I do try. Well, at the moment, there's daytime. I can just prep and then come straight out and stream in the evening. It's only because I realised that it's the bank holiday weekend here in the UK. So I was like, oh, well, I've got nothing to do tomorrow anyway. Well, I've got to look after the kids, but I'm no IT expert, I promise you. Hi, Chris, on Twitch. I've got a new, one of my friends on here has done me a new Twitch picture. And I just wanted to know what everyone else thought of it. I think it's a bit over the top. And I haven't got teeth that good. And I've actually got a little bit more hair than that. So, Colin, I'm showing off your handiwork. Who the hell's brush of Basil? Well, that's a bit freaky. Have I reached new status that I have a super fan? See, Scott, that was done by Colin. So I'll put Colin up here. So Colin's there. That's on Twitch. See, I don't know how much longer, without a lot of wanging around, I can stream on. When I do this affiliate thing with Twitch, if I can be able to stream within the live on Facebook. It's got a hoodie on it, hasn't it? There's a hoodie. Look, it's got a little. I can't really see it in this bloody camera. It's got a hoodie, isn't it? There's a hoodie. It's got better teeth than me. And I only that sort of face when I have wind. So before I injured myself last night, I was playing with this. Well, I'm still playing with it. So a bit more tinkering tonight with it, because I think last night I actually hurt myself more than I cared to admit. So I never really actually got to play with it too much. Who is Brush of Basil on Twitch? That's odd. That's going to freak me out. Right, so this one is for me. Well, you obviously weren't watching last night then, were you? Were you then, Basil? Brush of Basil. Does that mean you're going to come and remove my tail? I don't know if I should be amused or confused or scared. I was changing the blade on my craft knife, and my rubber gloves slipped, and I went like that, and then I hurt a lot. No, it's not nice to do, and it's kind of made me realise that using a pair of pliers was the best idea, and I had been super safe up to then, but the glove slipped, and it literally the glove was obviously cut because obviously the skin cut, and then the glove just filled up with blood, and it wasn't the most pleasant of things, and it really smegged. Anyway, well, obviously you weren't watching because you would have known that I was moaning about it all evening. You can't be a super fan if you don't watch my stuff. Did I cry about it all night? Of course I did. You're supposed to know more about me than I am. Tim's gone very quiet all of a sudden. Right, so we're going to do a basil on the roof. That's all been cut out, and everything else has been cut. So, and we're going to do shall we say an extreme version of this? Because I don't think there's enough colours on this. So we're going to. This was a test. I have bad taste when it comes to my own shells. So what I did is I did all my shading as normal, and then I thought, rather than just do one nice colour, I'm going to do all of them. I did all of my neons, and I actually quite like that. And I kind of missed it on ones I've done recently. So I'm going to try and do this again. Not do white at the end, because that looks rubbish. Looks like I've just missed a bit, and I did actually do that deliberately, because it's done on both sides. You're going to make a boo-boo on one side, you're going to make a boo-boo on the other side as well. But I did actually do that deliberately. Then obviously you've got the very tasteful leopard, which I never do the same twice, because it just can't be. And this one's got a big gumball on the roof, whereas this one's going to have a basil. So, and this one got smashed up fairly quickly. But so, right, this is a 0.5. Gives you an idea of quite how. Obviously, this has been made redundant now. Hi, James. Hopefully, you won't get scared off. So that's a 0.5 shot. But what I did is I cut. This is a heed for everyone. I cut too high up the arch and took all the strength away. See? So it lasted a meeting, and okay, Tim. I reckon it's Tim as Basil Airbrush. It's very odd. Tim's gone very quiet all of a sudden, and then this new comedian's turned up, who's just as funny as Tim, which isn't. So that's the premise. That's what we're going to try and do with this one. But this one, I want people to walk past my table and go, "Why?" But James, if you have any questions, ask. If I don't know, somebody better might know the answer. I'm the one that likes to overshare stuff, so hence why this is like this. So I've got my monitor set up there, so I can see all your lovely comments. Oh, there's a couple of trophies there. Who put them there? And then you've got my airbrush guns for my mask, and then some more paint. Oh, there's more trophies. Oh, really, they get everywhere, honestly. And then I've got my guns. So I've got my latest baby, which is an Infinity Harder and Steinbach. airbrush, which arrived yesterday as a present. So that's my new toy, and even that is red, and it looks orange in this light. That's a James. If you notice, the colours aren't exactly right, so they do vary slightly. So everyone on here seems to like to reminding me that actually they're the same too. Oh bollocks! I left my colours indoors. I have to go back and get them in a second. The cat had a bird about 15 minutes ago, so we've been running around the garden trying to get this little bird off the cat. That's neon red. You put neon orange next to it, and there's not really a lot of difference on the camera anyway. So, well, KO, this was a very, I'm very humbled by this because this was a present. And literally, I got a parcel, opened it, and there's a lovely letter and a free airbrush. So this is going to get looked after. I mean, not that I don't look after my stuff anyway. Well, Chris, hopefully you got your tissues ready, and we can make some magic. Probably not what you had in mind, but here we are. So anyway, so that's my Harder and Steinbach. They are German, aren't they? I'm not just being completely racist. I then also have my Iwata Eclipse HPCS. Now, kind of a go-to brush for airbrushing RC cars. I always leave reducer in them as well overnight, because literally I finished at 2 this morning, so I kind of cleaned them out a little bit and then left them with reducer in. So they've just been sitting lubed up, ready for the next go. So that's still ready to go. And then after that, I have also got my this is my Spa Max. This is a Max 3. That's got the smallest needle I've got, so that's a 0.3, and this is the one that I've been enjoying the most until I got this bad boy. This is like writing with a pencil. This is amazing. But then it's also, as I said last night, it's like that that new sock feeling, but with airbrushes. So I'm hoping that that's just going to get better and better. Hi, Miss Jackson. High five thingy, because you've just done a clap thing. That comes up. There, look. I'm getting all technical and stuff because I can put things on screen now. Proves I'm not actually just talking to myself. I kind of agree. I've got to get used to on the Harder, the Steinbach, this little captive thing they put to save the needle. I've got to kind of get used to that. So all 3 guns have, I'm assuming that the Iwata and the Infinity have got the same size needle. I might be completely wrong. I'm not sure what the Iwata's got as standard. I know the Spa Max is different, but James, the PSI is irrelevant. It's not a question, because Martin, if you're using 3 different needles, the end nozzle will give you a different PSI on each gun. So, and my regulator doesn't work anyway. It busted it. So, and it's not actually got any relevance to me at all. So, I don't know what PSI is. It's a simple answer, and it's a personal question to whichever brush you're using. So, I can't answer that. Is the honest answer. So, I'm going to put some eyes on Basil. Then I'm going to run in and get the paint that I forgot to bring it, because I did a little crash helmet this morning with while I was injured. So, and I was supposed to be parenting at the same time. So I've been multitasking, I think is the proper word. Or just looking up for Michelle every so often and saying, no, don't do that. I really should put some gloves on. Scott, are you a member of the RC Paint Chat? Because if you are, I think overwhelmingly the weapon of choice is an Iwata. So I use the end of a reamer, the wrong end, to do my dots in my headlights and whatnot, and I like to have my fingers grounded. So it's now got a pair of eyes. Now, I was going to do embossed like mine, or a lazy eye, call it. That's a joke. Scott, I learned so much from that page. Oh, there's more people commenting. I missed these. Right, who is Mired? Oh, I can't even try and pronounce that. I'll just put that up. Everyone else, what's the pronunciation of that? Pass. Someone on YouTube has got a tag name, and it's basically dinosaur. But I basically was talking to them for about an hour, trying to turn this name into two polite names so I could speak to them. Ah, hello, Alan. Which Alan? That's the next question. I know a few. Right, so I put the dots on, so the dots now need a little bit of... How are we doing on numbers this evening? I've given up sort of trying to paranoid myself by looking at how many people are watching, and I just ask people every so often to check for me. I was going to try tonight without rubber gloves on, but I mean that's going to be useless. Cool. So I want to know who Brush of Basil is. That's just freaky. I think it's Tim. I could be wrong. I've read a super fan before, and my kids don't count. It's not you, right? Okay. Well, that went on surprisingly well, but that's not the one I was worried about. Is this one with my terminal thumb injury. Ow, 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 ow. Please don't rip, please don't rip. Apparently people that have lived much more interesting lives than me suggest putting talcum powder on when you put the latex on. I'm like, okay. I think somebody's set up with the. I like the name. I think that's quite. It's mildly scary and funny at the same time. More funny, just. It seems like someone wants my tail, which is slightly worrying. Right, so all the cutting's done. So I haven't got to bore you all with endless hours of cutting. but I have to run inside just ever so quickly and get all my paints that I was using for this crash helmet I was doing earlier. So I shall be 1 minute. I'm going to run and everything. I'm not. Back. Right, sorry about that. So I was doing a miniature crash helmet earlier. So the cartoon character is. I think I've got a picture of it on my phone. It was sent to me by one of the on the stream. I think I did a good enough likeness. Although when he's that way up, he's looking the same way. It could be like a warden, I suppose, yeah. Oh, Aaron. Hello, Rodrigo. How are we all? How's Portugal? Warm, probably. So a little bit of colour in a second, and he's going to pop and say hello, little Basil. That's not a euphemism for anything. That's Basil here, little Basil. Right, so I brought myself in a new bottle of white because I'm using going through my colours, and I brought a new black out as well. So I put those there so I don't muddle them up. And then I've got the purple I was using, and then I've got the black. Was I using that one? Which one was I? Right, I was using that one. This one should have a marble in it. Yeah, that's cool. Because they don't come as standard with marbles in. Well, not the ones I've got recently anyway. 34 today. Ouch. It's been 21 here at best. And that's like height of the day job. No, morning, he's in Portugal. So 34, blimey. So what's that in, so that's probably what, 80, about 90 Fahrenheit? So it's 21 degrees here today, and that's like as warm as it's been for a few days. We had one stupidly warm day, which technically was our summer. So I'm going to still play about with my new one. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to remove the if that comes off, I'll put it on too tight. Right, I'll put that with my collection of tails. I just, for some reason, I prefer the gun without the rear section on it. I just think they balance better. You don't want to cut my tail off then. I'm finding that very scary. Who calls themselves Brush of Basil? That's just odd. I mean, it's amusing, but it's odd. So I have reached the level of affiliate affiliate on Twitch, which may mean that the Facebook struggles now. I still think it's you, Tim. I'll know more when I fill the forms in properly, which I was supposed to have done last night, but did wrong. Right, so this is, I do this, right, to make sure my guns are working all right, from like having left them a whole 20 hours since I last used them, because they might have completely broken in that time, I always like to write my tag name on the back of my hand. I find this incredibly difficult because there's no... I'm going to turn the PSI down a tiny bit. This is where I just do my sort of last check before I start ruining a body shell. It's much easier to ruin a glove. So there's a little bit of room for improvement there. It's not really right yet. So KO, there's a a very spectacular young lady on Twitch that paints herself, and I got stuck on her feed for a good 3 hours the other night. But she's very blessed, and it's a very peculiar thing to watch. I don't think anyone would really want to watch me paint my chest. That's just the impression I get anyway. But if there's money for it, I'd contemplate it. Never say never. That's actually working nicely now. Right, so I can start a little bit. I'd make a lot of money doing that. No, I don't think I would. I think people would pay me a lot of money not to do that. So glasses off because my mask doesn't fit with my glasses on. So check for spiders. First job. Trust me, if you leave your mask in a shed or somewhere else, that's her. Aaron's found her. How'd you find her? I wouldn't watch it with the sound on, it ruins it. So I got this is getting more stalky. I just asked my wife if it was her and she said no. She said, I won't say the swear words she put in it. She said it wasn't her. And then she laughed. It's not, Aaron, it's not really a crush thing as such, but it kind of like... It's kind of memorable. There's no one else doing that. I don't know why. Definitely not a boy version anyway. I could do the old man version. No, I asked if Brush of Basil was my wife, and she said no, and then swore at me. Well, Aaron, you kind of wonder where they are. Well, I do. All that effort though to do those sort of designs and stuff, and then looks like she slapped her makeup on her face. I suppose though, most people don't even realise she's got a face, to be fair. Hello, Lindsay. Yes, spot the ball on. Yes, I bet they're very low down. Anyway, that's enough of that. Right, what colour shall we do the basil on the roof's tail? What colour tail should we do? I'll let you lot choose the colour. And is it going to be a ginger fox? Could be a silver fox like me. No, okay. Yeah, what shade of orange though, Tim? It could be a Scottish ginger one. So those of you that are not aware, I tend to try and make my shells a bit different to so there's nothing wrong with what I do, but when I do my own, I like to practice techniques and ideas, because no one in their right mind is going to let me try this stuff on their shells. So I spend my time on my own shells going a little bit, what's the word, silly. So I practice stuff and then eventually it gets through to normal jobs, but there's no point, I can't practice on other people's stuff. So I practice on mine. So half the time I hate my stuff, but I'm actually going back to one I kind of like. Now, Scott, hello. I only use Curatex on the detail black and white. Everything else I use is Hobbynox, and well, that's a Hobbynox as well. I do have a detail white here somewhere. There's one there. So only the detail black and white I had from Curatex. Everything else is Hobbynox, and then obviously my mirror chrome from Rich Paint. So it's a case of what can you get from your local shop or your local person you like to buy from on the internet. It's still a little bit too high, that. Now get that down lower. That's better. Wow. So just knocking a little bit of PSI off and all of a sudden it goes to like permanent marker. careful I don't draw something dodgy. Yeah, 3M masks are very good. We have 100 restream comments already. That's good. That's probably quicker than the other nights, because obviously I had that little blip at the start where I had the wrong setting. And then I went off and get the paint. My first couple of streams, I didn't even get to 100 comments. Right, so I'm torn now. Do I do lights and grills or do I do Basil? Maybe that's going to... It's not really standing out now. He stood out earlier. So I shall go with the great unwashed. So what do you reckon? Lights and grills or Basil first? Speak now. I'm going to try and find my headlight grills while you're talking. Alright, so Basil, a brush of Basil wants to do Basil. Another Basil. See, normally I would do lights and grills first, but I want to do Basil. And the lights and grills is kind of the bit everyone watches then goes away anyway, so I'll do that slightly later. Right, so I'm going to pick out the bit now as the darkest colour. I'm trying to work out what colour I'm going to do him. Now the cartoon character I'm copying off. Sorry, I've used the inspiration from. He's got different colour greens. And then he's a very orange fox. Or red, some would say. Or orange, just to be awkward. No, Scott, everything I've made myself. Special. I will show you how to do it, but it's mine. Greeny, and then the Masami greeny. Is it spelled Masami? I can't pronounce it even. I mean, pronunciation's terrible. That's where I'm a bit dyslexic. I can't read things right. So, his tongue is red. His shoes are red. Right, let's do that. So I've sort of drawn him around the design. So parts of him are, like his head and hands are all in the picture, but his feet are actually inside the roof section. So Technicolor, Tim, about every colour you can think of, probably. But put it into perspective, a bit of everything. So you can imagine the fox instead of having Gumball there. See, my Basil though has got a green coat. So I don't know if I should do similar or do something different. Right, so I'm now going to use my eye water and neon red. I don't think anything's going to stick out from this background. That's all you need, just literally a blob. Painted Lady is mesmerising, isn't she? So I've been told. It just bemuses me that she feels like she has to do that. That's the sad thing. I mean, we'll all watch it, but Yeah, sad. So, what's everyone's plans for tomorrow? Because in the UK it's a bank holiday. So I'm going to do what I've done for the last couple of days, which is absolutely nothing. I might do some housework, probably not. My wife goes back to work tomorrow, so I've got the kids. So I've been doing nothing productive, I'll tell you that much. Neon colours you have to build up really slowly. Well, tell you what, Tim, right, I got to bed at, just gone 2 this morning, and my boy had me up at 8. Once I'm awake, I can't go back to sleep. It's really annoying. And he was being really unreasonable. He went, "Daddy, I want breakfast." And I'm like, "Ugh." Right, so then in my other gun, I'm going to put white. Yes, I'm a 3-gun wanker. Well, it's working nights, isn't it? Where you do such weird shifts, your body doesn't get... I had years ago when I had... was on my own, and I rented out rooms in a house I owned, and I had a milkman live with me for a few years, and his body clock was absolutely munched. He just couldn't. He was literally get a day's notice from doing a night shift to doing a day shift, and he was the perfect tenant. You never saw him because he was asleep or at work. Right, some reducer, stroke cleaner. Actually, this is just cleaner because it's I haven't got any super magical clear liquid yet to change from the blue, so it's just reducer, cleaner. Well, my local track have just emailed out saying that they're going to start opening up booking, and you won't be able to go there unless you've booked. And I don't think there's going to be any grip for probably the whole summer now. So it'd be nice to get out on track, yes, but I don't think it's going to be anything of any use. Right, so that's done. We'll turn this music down a tiny bit. And that's not everyone's cup of tea. I think generally the first couple of months of any season are just trying to bed the track in from the winter. So I can't really see any grip for quite a while, to be honest. And then it won't get, if it's only going to get 2 or 3 people on track, it's just not going to, especially the lines I take as well. Now this is a bit like peel and paint now. It's nothing super technical. All the cutting's been done. Yeah, the grass will still have enough grip for me. I might put my wet card down for a couple of runs. I think there'll be more grip with the old T3 I've got. Although I've had my membership sitting there not really doing much, but I'd rather the club still be there. That's a good point, Tim. Yeah, technically you're correct. I am putting more weight with this paint at the top of the shell. So in theory, you're adding maybe a gram or 2 where you wouldn't want it. So yeah, you could do most of your detail on the front, but this is a 0.5 shell. It's for me. It's kind of a practice. It doesn't really. If I can tell a car difference of the weight of the shell by even 10 grams, I'd be shocked. 30 or 40 grams, I notice. Generally, I steer away, especially with the pro drivers, I steer away from much detail on the roof. They want more weight around the sides. So it's a super top secret thing they don't want me telling anyone. So we just keep that between ourselves. That was a joke. Right, so he had a different colour, he had a slightly darker green. So what I can do now is to stick a bit of black in that, and I've got a different colour green. That's going to take hours. So I want a blob. A blob, not a great dunk of it, you dick. I'm just waiting for the colour to change. There we go. Oh, that was a waste of colour. I do know of a certain person that used to be the head of Body Shells, who had a sunroof painted in, well, left on his. It just looks like someone's missed a fucking massive part of the body shell off by accident. But I said if said person who was head of homologation, can turn up with a shell with a sunroof, then I suppose anyone can. Is there something to do? I think there is a rule, isn't there, about a certain percentage of the shell being covered clear, so you can't. I don't think you can get away with it. I don't like. No, you're right. They don't look like cars at all. They just look like aero blobs. So yeah, I'd say it's. Oh, that doesn't look like a so and so and so. Well, off. Really? Who cares? Right, so I think this fox is going to be orange with a 5 o'clock shadow. If you can trust your cutting, this is fairly straightforward. It's not that difficult to do. You've got to be able to draw past something that actually looks like where you're aiming for, and be able to cut. Nope, this guy's just gone shit itself. Right, that was a waste. That wasn't that quick, that long.
Right, I don't know if you were there or not, but that was like a huge moment for them.
Right, let's go see if I've got a duller orange or red, if anyone gets complacent. No. I've really been. I had. This is my overflow box of super stash colours. It's pink. I'll use that one. I bought my own grey before I realised I could mix it, so that was a bit of a waste of money. I can use that one. Put some music back on. Right. I have to fill in some paperwork, well, online forms, and I did that this morning after I got off the stream and screwed it up, and they locked me out for 24 hours, so I can't do anything until tomorrow. I found my brown. That's a flash colour brown. It's like hearing aid beige. If there's anything in there, I can use that. Ooh, found an airbrush cleaner. So hopefully, the thing is that if I open up to the, if I do click this affiliate thing or whatever it is, I think it knackers my Facebook stream because I don't want Facebook and having the same stream as them, which I can kind of understand. But I will be a bit pissed to lose my Facebook. But I had spent a lot of money getting this restream thing here. So give him a like a bit of grey and white in his stubble. So I'm going to do some. I'm going to mix some colours up for this. So dobs of orange, and then somebody said last night reds. If there's anything in here. So a good way of getting a little bit more colour out of a pot that's almost dried up is put some reducer in it. And then wiggle it about a bit. And you'll just get very reduced colour. It gets you out of the predicament. Right, so that's turned my neon orange into a gingery colour. Although it's heavily reduced, so you've got to be careful how you apply it. Lightly, I think is the word. A bit of heat now. This is going to look like the Homer Simpson of the Fox world. Could be a bald fox. Foxy, foxy, statey, statey. Sorry for the swears. Who wrote the lyrics to this song? Jesus. Right, I'm actually going to do his tail the same colour as his stubble. This is where the luxury of a sharp pair of tweezers come in handy again, because you can really... Hello Ian. Not a lot, don't worry. I think there might just be enough in this. This is an old flash colour paint. Oh, come on. Oh, 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 oh. That might just be enough. I still love the smell of flash colour. Something reassuring about it. Thankfully, he won't be that obvious once the rest of the shell's done. He's going to be pretty. This shell's going to be so bright. The super jock, you're not supposed to drink it. I've had the odd inconsistency on colours, don't worry. I had an orange that was, or was it red? And it was so much better than all the rest. Yeah, I put my mask on, I know. Whoops. Gave him a customer earlier. Somebody wanted a race replica, and I was like, do you know what? There's a better one than me at those. Alan's very good at those race replicas. I haven't really got a... I mean, don't get me wrong, I like using my my silhouette portrait. Alan's got it nailed when it comes to doing race replicas, and I'm a bit like, I can do them occasionally, but not something I'm fond of doing. So I asked if he would mind if I suggested somebody else, and he was cool with it, so I sent it to Alan. So quite interested to see what Alan does now. I find race replicas hard. Most people are tech savvy compared to me. If that's what you're after, I don't know. Ta-da! It's a very simple fox. So obviously you don't want anything too powerful because the rest of the design is going to be quite strong. It will look more obvious when I take the rest because there's a black outline around him as well, so it will pop a little bit. Oh, I just got a compliment from my stalker. Right. So not your normal design on a twister. I thought I'd try something for mine. A more angular design because personally I find the twister headlights very hard to. There's no detail. The shell quality at the front end of the twister is not as nice as a DBX, whereas a DBX has got like a nice. There's a nice lip, and as well, everything sits in nicely and stuff, and it's got a nice recess to it. It just feels nicer. They don't. You can see where the actual headlight, where the front grille is, and the mould is terrible. And I don't know if you've noticed, because obviously I see a lot of these shells. Every single one of these shells, if you've got a twister, go and check. Just left of centre, every shell has that dink in the Lexan. Every shell. It's like the mould they took has got that bump in it. So every shell they've made, you can see it with my finger where I'm pointing at. Every shell has that dink. You can even see it in that if you look closely. You can. It's about there. Every one of these shells has that. There, it's clear as day on the inside. No, not in white. It's not. Anyway, but there's a. It's just there. Every one of these shells has a dink. Have a look. If you've got a twister handy, go have a look in the grill. And I guarantee you'll have this. They'll have this dink in the. It's almost like they went, nah, it doesn't matter. How do I adjust the spring speed? Jesus Christ, that's tight. When people try, I want you to send me pictures of you trying to write your name on the back of your hand, preferably with a glove. I'm really, really enjoying the new brush. not to say that I don't like my Sparmax and Iwata, but I've wanted one of these. One. I didn't need it. I wanted it, so it was on. It wasn't very high on my list of things to do. So to open up a box with it in there, I was a bit like, huh, what? It's an expensive toy. A bit like most things, really. But it's yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Hello, Mitzi. Did that dude? Have you spoken any further to him? That's cool if you can sort that out. How did I do the last? The last one was not mixing. Alan, I need to work out who these other people are. There's a brush of Basil. It's not you, is it? You're not talking to yourself, are you? Because that would be really odd. We were trying to work out who somebody was yesterday, and now I haven't got a clue who this is. But I think it might. I don't actually want to know because it'll disappoint me. No offence. Man of mystery, or lady of mystery. Probably a man. The stalker. Well, yeah, but we're calling him a super fan at the moment. Oh, that's good. Right, see, a Mad Jock ordered a compressor from was it Germany? And it arrived, and it looked like someone had been playing football with it, and it was all busted up. And obviously, the firm have got a pretty impressive insurance because they just gave you the compressor, what was left of it, and didn't. I mean, like obviously getting it shipped back to them is going to cost them a fortune. So they've obviously just sucked it up and given your money back, which is commendable, to be honest. Obviously, the delivery firm are going to get absolutely screwed sideways, but it was their fault. That's good that you got the bits coming. So now I'm trying to line up the stencils up so they look similar both sides. So I'm trying to get the spacings the same. And I'm doing it by my lazy eye, so pretty impressive that they're just going to give you your money back and then you can keep it. So for the late comers, which is Mitzi Paint, we're doing something similar to that on this. The old Basil will look better once it's cut out. It'll make more sense as to what's where and who's who and what. We will get there. But we're just doing a crazy version of this. There is such a thing. I know my shells are pretty Marmite, but that reminds me I need to get a Marmite shell. Right, so I practice my little dots in my windscreen, in my headlights. Oh, hang on, Brusher Basil. I did an F1 shell the other day as well. Excuse me. It's just as good. Not much of a super fan if you start bigging up the opposition. So a couple of dots. You can be super critical, it's fine. Oh, I think I figured out who Brusher Basil is now. We haven't seen Tony tonight, have we? Is it Tony? Do anyone think it could be Tony? Mr. Two Phones Tony. Yeah, you don't want to get booted out of the. So I'll put that up. Of the World Headquarters is what their end of that message says. To be honest, I'm not that fussed. You can talk about it. I don't want to be seen as one of those people. Right, I'll put my mask on before I get told off. Conspiracy Tony. See, I know him as Two Phones Tony. Never trust a man with two phones. Or probably two Twitch accounts by the looks of it. So you want to aim slightly off. You're not actually aiming what you're aiming at, if that makes sense. It's a bit like apexes. You try and aim for them and miss them. If you're aiming more at the mask than the actual where you want to hit. I wonder if taking that off. Yes, that makes it much sharper. Yowzers. Now if I turn that over. You are my leopard print painter. It's just the fact that I wanted to try something tonight, so I thought I'd do one of mine. You know, keep the old we going and stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, you're still paint. Do you want to explain, or shall I explain how that came about? I do raffle prizes for clubs. So for Rug Racers winter meeting, I put basically the club pays for the shell, and I paint it, and the driver gets to choose what they want. And the raffle came along, and I was standing there with my tickets, and I won my prize. So I thought, rather than I was finding this very hilarious, and Alan went, "I'll tell you what, I'll paint your shell for you," and he did, and I got it indoors, and it looks wicked. So I won my own raffle prize. And then went to EW. I have more luck in the raffles than at the actual meetings. Then went to EWS and won a lipo. Oh, and a steering servo. So I've done really well in the raffles for the last couple of months. Racing, not so much, but raffle prizes, boom, 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 boom. Racing results are a bit like apexes. They're a bit aloof. But if I went just for race results, I would have retired years ago. I'm kind of missing. Everyone else is missing at the moment. I'm kind of missing the pits. Did a little bit of wee come out. Did a lovely job. I mean, you can't really screw up a bad taste shell because whatever you do, it's bad. In theory. That's my logic anyway. Right, so we've now done the outlines. When I put the shading either side, then the white, you'll see all the bits in the inside of it that pop out a little bit more. And I can thoroughly recommend these brushes. These are beautiful. Very, very nice. Very nice. But also, I would still say that the Sparmax, which I'm about to use now, is on par and is literally, you can have 4 of these Sparmax for the cost of this Infinity. And change. And post, probably. Ooh, that looks nice. You'll see in the photos afterwards. Because the overspray sheets on the stick very shiny, so you can't really see the reflection properly. You have to make sure, because like, quick tip, when you do these, when you print these things out, you have to print them in reverse. I find that masking tape is the easiest way to swap them over. Then it's easier to pull out the bits of it that you want to remove when it's stuck to the shell. Then the rest of it's got the support to, as it's stuck down. That's just a personal preference I found. It's normally quicker than this. I just got the pressure wrong on the cutter, so I've got to be a bit more heavy-handed to pick out the bits. There we are, that's that. That'd normally be a couple of seconds rather than a minute. Have you used it yet? Well, I told Alan if he bought one and didn't like it, I'd buy it off him, and he still hasn't bought one. And that offer runs out soon. Damn, that sprays well. Jesus. No. I really just realised I just spoke out loud then, didn't I? Well, Morny, what did you think of the twister? Very aggressive shell, very aggressive, super aggressive. I wonder I can't remember if this one was. Yeah, I got my pressures wrong on my cutter. So, oh, that's junk. Right, okay. That's the same. Oh, Alan, pinch me some mirror chrome if he's got any. Do it subtle like so he doesn't notice. Hello, Matt. I like the twister at Rug Races was faster than anything else I drove. It just rotates harder than a DBX. Oh, two! It almost pulled out, and what? That never happens. So these are older ones. So these are I got the pressure right. Damn it! Normally you end up pulling like a couple of hundred of these out with it. You see, like on this one, there's all the dots missing. You're charging him in paint. Yeah, I like the. I like to. I haven't driven it outside yet, so I don't know. I only driven it indoors. But when because I've driven it on an automatics, and when I got my X-ray, it was a bit of a rush, and the only shell I had was a twister, and I think a twister was too much for the circuit we go to, because it's a really big circuit, and I could have done with a DBX. I think it's just a little bit calmer. Well, that feels wicked to use, it really does. Although I don't think it's 4 times better than my Sparmax, if honest. So the Sparmax still has massive advantages over cost, if nothing else. So now it's a case of just peeling back out the bits we've stuck on and making sure that you pick them neatly up with the tweezers so you don't get any scratching. Bit of white paper behind so you can see I'm using such low PSI, I don't need my mask. Well, I do need my mask on. I haven't. So don't ignore what I'm doing and keep your mask on. But that PSI is so low. That's got to be, annoyingly, one of the best ones I've done. It doesn't really matter though, because it's for me. See, this is what I don't understand. I totally understand the front. I find that's a very weird place to measure from. You've got a nice hard back edge here that you can and you can measure off the back, plumb them up, and then the front find their own place. I prefer measuring from the back. So I will work it out. But yeah, Alex is wicked for writing down everything and giving you a good base setting. The other drivers do it for the other brands. Max does all his from the back setting for the AMX. And literally takes you 2 minutes to mount the shell. It's so clear, works really well. I suppose they're all looking for their own little angle, aren't they? Why they do differently to other people. Look how clear that B is, and that grill. I've got that absolutely dialed. The beauty of using a new bit of hex as well. I suppose, yeah, there are the variables on. I've never really mucked about with well, I don't even know what they are. So I've got a lot still to learn. I've only used the car once, and that was EWS. Round 2 for it was going to be rug races, and that got canned. So trying like a spotlight thing in the front grille. My messenger's going nuts. What's the matter with this? I'm assuming you're still watching, Tim, because it comes up here saying that he sent me a picture of it ended. That's odd. Right, so they're all moaning about what tyres to run and stuff now, so that's... No, I'm still here. So there's a delay on Facebook, so I'm just checking to make sure. Yeah, no, that still works. That's odd. Yeah, I don't understand why that's done that. Jeez, that works well. Morning, what are you going to send to me? Sorry, I obviously missed a bit. Right, almost so we can start the fun bit. I'll order some MBs, some MK9s on Tuesday when I'm at work. Not that I'm actually open, but I'm going. We still haven't been told if retail can open on the 1st of June. Kind of assume so. Things, having seen what the town's like, I don't know if opening is going to do us any favours whatsoever. There's nobody about. Unless you're queuing for the bank or the butchers, there's just nobody out. I'm going to use that on the rear lights. Yes, or singing to the customers waiting for the bank, which was very funny. Oh, the mounting measurements, morning, thank you. I think Alex, if I ask him, he'd tell me. I'm assuming though that you've probably got more grip than we have, so I wonder if it's different settings. What does the bitty hyperbody go? What do you mean? How does the bitty handle? No, I haven't any number 11s. You know I haven't got any number 11s, Colin. I'm hoping to see if we've got anything that's worth nicking, because I've just run out of brush. I was cutting the old thumb. I think it was the bit of the old hoodoo, knowing I had no more left. So this is a slightly different grill setup to normal. It's quite moody at the moment. This is going to look sharp. I'll get my MK9s from Zen Racing. Right, so rear brake lights, and then we can start doing some funky stuff. What are we looking numbers wise at the moment? Are we doing all right? Oh, Zen sold out, is it? Oh, okay, well that ruins that. We all have our go-to, don't we? We all go somewhere and we know that we've all got someone we like to trust to buy from. Obviously, Greg Hill at RC Racing, RC Disco is pretty up there. And then RC Racing Europe, they're good as well. Demons, though, I like Nick at Demons. You're probably going to upset somebody by saying that, who I haven't mentioned. Oh, we've got 9 on 9. Oh, that's good. 9 people, blimey. It was the hard bit was getting the concurrent views, or whatever they call it, on Twitch. Now I've got the right numbers. We'll see what their terms are, and I might have to lose the Facebook feed. I'd rather not, but I can see their point. If they're going to start financially supporting the page, they don't want it on other forums. I might have to get tech support, which is Colin, to help me out there. It's going to have people have to go to Twitch, I think, when they make this. Now I'm affiliate. I was talking to one of my friends who doesn't really know what I'm up to, and I went like, "Oh, I celebrated. I got 50 people," and he was like, "Wow, you got 50?" And I was like, "Yeah, but my Facebook's got 970." So I said, I find cheering for 50 a bit odd. I went nuts when I got to like 100 on my Facebook, and now I'm reaching nearly 1,000. I'm a bit like, oh, okay. Seasoned pro at this now. I'm not. But I understand that Facebook is my highest numbers. Yeah, Aaron, I can ask RC Racing Europe for DBXs. It's all about who you make connections with, isn't it? And who helps and stuff like that. And I have got a couple of suppliers that are more helpful than others, especially on price. Right, so I can now put a little bit of red in my clips. Well, you've got to remember, Alan, that is it right that you can't use the twister wing on any other thing, any other class? So you've got to use a different wing. I don't understand the logic though that the shell can pass, but the wing that comes out of on the same mould is illegal. So I think they made themselves a bit of a hole. I understand they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. I do get that. I'm not trying to bash anyone. It must be hard trying to cater for so many different opinions. It's like my club manager person, Runny, put the thing up about Eastbourne today, and I gave him a bit of a thick ear asking a question. And I said, well, I do apologise. I know that it's not ideal giving you a thick ear, but I wanted some answers. I wanted some questions answered. And after he explained it, I was like, thank you, and I apologise. Yeah, but if you cut it down to the right dimensions, the wing becomes unusable. Trust me. Well, don't trust me. I've watched other people and watched what other people do, and it's just not worth it. Yeah, you can use non-standard wings, yeah. I know of a few people that were moaning that, why is it not, why, and all this lot. But it's just normally the same people that moan all the time, and the reason I have them on my Facebook is so I can watch them complain, and then watch them get ripped a fresh one when they get answered. So it is amusement more than anything else. Right, so now we can start doing some pulling of some liquid mask. We've now done the lights. They're red, I promise. They look orange. I'm really pleased how that's looking. That's looking quite lethal today. Well, to start with, the Hellcat wing was illegal. Because if you think about it, you know when you go to the scrutineering and it's pretend that's a square. They only have it, an inch thick, and it has to just pass through that inch, and then it's fine. But with the curvature of the wing, that block, that's supposed to be like a tube. So the Hellcat wing shouldn't. Yeah, right, there it is illegal. Good, that's my point. Because the curved one, if you try and drop the curved one into a tube or a square hole, it won't, because it bends. It's like putting a banana down a something. The curve will stop it eventually. Although it's the right dimensions to fit, the curvature of the wing stops it. And it kind of makes sense. Two-tenths quicker. See, I'm not good enough to notice 2/10. I'll be like, I didn't crash. Right, so now we're going to start doing some, because what I run is oh, it's broken anyway, it's fine. I didn't want it, I promise. So I run a, now I did this as a boo-boo on a shell a couple of, I've got the actual original shell. So I can show you some other variations of my experimentations. These are other sort of doo-doo ones. You can clearly see I run like a triple shading, purely because I made a boo-boo one time and I thought, oh, do you know what? No one else is doing that. So I sort of kept this triple shading thing, and then I noticed another painter do it straight away, and I'm like, you've copied me because I did that and I did it as a mistake, so no one else has done that, so I know you've copied me. I mean, he wasn't singing about it or anything, but I was so going to jump and start going, oh, but he never actually said anything, so I let him off. But see, I sort of run a double shading on it. You see, they all vary slightly in their hideousness, or rankness, as you want to call it. Yeah, they do it so they can just check the end plates, can't they? So they just go dunk, and it gets up to the point of the wing turret post, and that's where it stops. But I can see the reasoning for not having to take the whole thing off. We've talked about it in the past, haven't we? So I know what you mean. So anyway, so I do like a double shading, and another painter, who shall remain nameless, mainly because I've forgotten who it was, did the same thing, and I'm like, you've copied me. You've blatantly copied me, and I'm happy with it because you've copied my mistake, because I didn't mean to do that, and you've done it deliberately. Ching. It's like a light bulb going off in your head like that. So I just need to remember to pull, because what I did is I pulled the wrong section out and it screwed up my entire plans. So I've got to pull and I've got to be careful to do, because I'm doing some pinstripe around this as well now for chrome. So there's a little bit of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy at the moment, working out what bit's got to come out and what bit's got to stay. Because obviously I'm still new to this version of pinstripe, because I would normally pinstripe now. So I've got to make sure I don't pull the pinstripe out. So who's enjoying the feed tonight? Where's the furthest someone's watching from? So I'm in the southeast of England, in Kent. Where's the other night? It was South Africa. Was it Australia? I think it was Australia, and a few in America. So where have I got people watching from tonight? I know it's Sunday night, so it is Sunday night, isn't it? Yeah, have to check then. Probably a bit quieter, I would have thought. Mind you saying that, painting on a Saturday night is probably a bit of a stupid thing to do, but I do it anyway. I won't be doing Saturday nights when the racing starts again, because everyone will be set in. Ashley's in Baghdad. That was quick, wasn't it? So you've gone from like where? Someone in Australia. Cool. Bath, West Sussex, Australia. My sofa with rum. Someone's put my house. Someone else has put Baghdad. So we've got a bit of extreme. New York, cool. So it's a case now of not picking out the pinstripes and just being careful. Because obviously where I did all this cutting at the dinner table, so that one section, woo, look at that. That's some good cutting when it's all in one piece. So I know my cutting's all right. Well, normally I'm trying to talk bollocks and cut at the same time, and it normally fails. So that's pretty cool. Look, if you can get your cutting to that point, then you know you're not getting any you're not getting any cut marks in the paint. I must admit, cutting in front of you lot is a little bit nerve-wracking because I'm trying to concentrate and be funny, hilarious even, and cut at the same time. And I do like the non-stress of being able to just sit there and put it down for 5 minutes rather than just keep cutting and trying to be hilarious at the same time, which is draining, I promise you. Unfortunately, a lot of you weren't very sold on my idea of everyone paying me £2 subs to support me when I hit 1,000, which I thought was a very nice idea. But everyone seemed quite dead against the idea of giving me any money, so it was a bit upsetting. I was just completely taking the piss. But I did have some very good ideas come through on actually how to generate cash if I wanted it. I don't. But it... I'm interested. I mean, like, so one of the suggestions was to do a raffle. 50 spots. I think £2 would be enough, because then that covers the post. I make a little bit. So if I did 50 spots, £2 a spot, and then it wouldn't cover the post to South Africa though, if that's what you're getting at, Morning. It might take a couple of weeks to build up to get that though, and it's basically the shell of somebody's own. So whoever wins it gets to choose the shell, choose the design. They get to watch it being painted, so they get to talk to me while I'm doing it, and then they get it posted for free. So it would cost you £2. But you can have as many spots as you wanted, really. But I really should limit it so no one goes silly. But if it does sound like a goer, I would do it. I just don't want to be accused of being greedy, because obviously there'd be a little bit in it for me as well. Need my IT guy to set up something for that then. Oh yeah, a t-shirt as well. Was that triple XL, did you say? Don't worry, Alan, I don't know how to do it either, the subs. I suppose you'd have to have like a... Could you imagine that if PayPal going, Mr. Basil, you have 50 payments of £2. What are you up to? I don't know if RC Games has gone or not. I just it would be something that I could consider doing. It's a complete rip-off, so I wouldn't really want to do it. If there's some way of making it a bit of like a Basil twist, shall we say? A twisty. Has he stopped doing it then? Probably no money in it, to be honest. Unless he's doing it for fun. I can't see anyone doing it for fun, really. It stopped today. Did it get stopped, or was it decided to stop? What have you sent me money for? There's a £2 sub there for. I haven't even said I was going to do it yet. There must have been something in it for him. Not yet. Let's just figure some more stuff out first. So I got to do the random generator thing, haven't I? And everyone's got to pick a number and all sorts. I don't think there's 50 people that would do it, so I might have to send you money back. So please, no one else send me anything. Or that £2 might get lost in the ether. Then I owe you some liquid mask, don't I? I don't really want chasing me around for £2. You see how I'm pivoting on my elbow? Rather than trying to hover. Well, Tim, the first thing you would do for a shirt is rip the arms off, wouldn't you? You can see my orange bald head. Sorry, am I getting in the way? So that's what I've done so far. Basically, you're just trying to do what Tim does on the racetrack, which is miss the apex and just slightly aim off. And so you're not actually trying to hit the full bit that you've picked out. You're trying to still run up the liquid mask either side. So you're only getting like a quarter of the actual area hitting the so basically, rather than having to have like a tiny needle, you can run a bigger needle and just run slightly off to one side. I'll try and keep my head out of the shot now. To be fair, I can't really see what I'm doing now. But as it's for me, it doesn't matter. I'm all sorts of different colours, aren't I? It's really odd. I don't know why. My arms are slightly different shade. It's the way that it's the light off this. Hey ho. Right, so that's the first shade done. Now it's the next shade. It's a bit easier now because it's not a pinstripe to I'd actually cut it. No, I'm still using that's the Posh bling bling. I'm just practicing with it. Tim sent me £2. Alan sent me. Ian sent me. Oh, stop sending me money, please. Yeah, Alan, stop it. Honestly. Although £2 for a body shell is actually fairly reasonable. So basically that would mean it's £100 for a shell. That's nice. Okay, there's another one. Whoever said that? Stop sending me money. Honestly. I'm stupid. Or smart, you see, because I made it such a small amount of money that it all lulls you into a false sense of security. Mind you all know I can't outrun you, so you're all safe. Right, so now it's the secondary pin, which is that second bit. No one put my PayPal up. Do not put my PayPal up. I've already done my fix because I've done the internal one. So now I'm going to do the external one. It will kind of look like, as I said, it was a screw up that I did. That I kind of like, oh, that works. Alan, you're going to get blocked if you keep. Well, if everyone's cool with it, then we'll sort something out. But it seems like a bit too much money to be made on it. But yeah, it would go towards good cause. Don't worry. Well, yes and no. I mean, this isn't from a sales point of view. This is from my own amusement and to try and help other people. But if it helps balance it, then yes, I appreciate the help. Yeah, there's have to do something, some twist to it. So you can now see that it's starting to build up. If the light was right. You've got the 3 shades of shading. Yeah, am I any good? No. But the question is, what colour is it? Red or orange? There we go. I shall share what Ashley just said because he's actually made quite a useful point there. But Tim is saying that for the question I should just say put a picture of my head up and ask if there's any hair or not in the picture. Thank you. Colin has put, yeah, fair point. Never feel bad for spending people's money. You deliver a product for and should be rewarded for it. Thank you. Cringe. No, Ash, no. Ash sent me money last night. Ash was the one that bought the shell. Ash bought that Masami shell. Is that how you say it? Masami? Do you imagine how awkward I'm going to be if I start getting tips and things on Twitch? When you see these other people and they like do little dances and little kisses to the screen and thank you very much, oh aren't you lovely? And I'll be like, no, stop it, don't do it. Everyone who's had a shell done by you should send you £2. Now bear in mind I've done 115 this year. And I did 220 last year, and I did 187 the year before that. So, with the old money then. Only kept records for the last 3 years. This year was going to be my year where I was going to hit 300. But I think I might. It's going to fall massively short of that because there's just nothing going on, is there, racing-wise? Right, so now I've got to be a bit more careful with the roof section. And then we can do then we've got to discuss what colours we're going to do in the internal rainbow thingy. I actually got a couple of compliments for last night's efforts. I don't think I'm really going to get any for this. No, see, this is where everyone would get to choose their body shell. So it would be a case of that you got to choose one. Yeah, there's going to be loads of leopard print on this one. Actually, that's the point. I've got to check and make sure I've got a stencil. Otherwise, this is going to be quite a short video. Well, long. I'll just talk more. Right, Ian, what I did when Alan Mitzi Paint won the shell at EWS, I painted the shell for his boy. And he's then sort of used that as his sort of start-off point, and now Alan does a better version. So you can almost have it as like a master shell, or one to give you ideas. Well, that sounds incredibly big-headed. Yes, just use mine as a master, it's fine. You want a 1/5 shell done? Well, the raffle's for a 10th, so tough. Or it could be for an MTC. I couldn't know. It'd have to be a 10th touring car. Jesus Christ, that font's fine. Right, and I can do the secondary shading. So is it a slow night on the TV tonight, is it? Is it normally snooker this time of year? Did I do Shane's one? Did I do a mirror both sides, or did I make it unique, as in like a bit wavy both sides? I was going to ask you about that, Alan. Was that in the MTC shells now? Have they got like a DBX spec? Or I suppose a 10th scale F1 would still suffice, Tim. I'd even paint your helmet, so to speak. Now I've kind of figured it out. Right, we can now add some colours. That's worrying. Oh, it's that one that was out almost within like 24 hours of the hyper being announced. That was embarrassing. Right, so we're going to do some colours on this. I've got red in the guns, I might as well start with that. The last one had pink at the start, or red, depending on what angle you're looking at this from. So that's pink. The red was there. So I'm going to start with the red. And then he won't upset with upsetting the fox. And it's a case of just, in theory, right, I'll show you what I'll do. I'll do a physical line so you can see. Where's my pen? Right, so up the side of the shell, I'm going to do lines. Actually, don't need that one. Let's scrap that one. That's rubbish. So those are my colours. So this is red. So after red, we're going to go into orange. Still looks like red. It's fine. After orange, we're going to go into yellow, because that kind of looks yellow. Then we're going to go have I got any neon blue? I don't think I've got any neon blue left. Oh, rubbish. Pink. Green. I need to find a blue, really. I'll go pearl blue. Right. Right, black graphic. Who? Hello? I'm now on Twitch. I don't know anyone called Black Graphic. Graphics. Straight with the X. Like the young people. See you soon, Morny. Right, so that's the red section. Right, so red's done. Yeah, orange, which looks like red. Was that too similar to red? I'm going to go yellow, actually. Because that kind of makes red and yellow makes orange, doesn't it? So I need to get myself a colour chart. Luckily, I sell those at work. No, that's teal. Iridescent teal. Looks like blue. See all the goodness is in the bottom. See, that was clean, and then you put your finger over the end and it just blows a bit of yellow back in. Oh, I could put some teal into it, I suppose. This is better than the blue I was going to use. So it doesn't matter how clean you think your brush is, just bog wash it with your finger over the end, and you'll be shocked how much more stuff comes out. So we're going to go pink. So a bit of reducer, and then I'm plopping that back in because I put way too much pink in. All that does is a happy little incident now because that just thins my pink down a tiny bit. A little bit of reducer. They do say not to put your reducer clean in, but it don't make any difference. Promise. Well, not that I can tell, and I'm not professional or anything. Right, so all my colours have gone to shit now straight away because I've just started mucking them about. So pink. Ah, that means that's going to go right across his jumper. No, can't do that. That's got to change up to there. Oh, that's the sky shitting itself. Music's gone. That's my compressor you can hear now. For you more rotund gentlemen, you'll know, oh, that's the sound of the fridge, which is correct. Because they are the same compressors.
In Italian band, championed by Vic, introducing in Scotland, of course. And this is good as well. This is by a band called...
So I'm just rebooting up YouTube. I wonder if we could play a music tune on these. So the colour's starting to come through. Right, orange. Or shall I do orange at the back? I think that's going to clash with the fox again. Let's put this back on. I was watching that. And Bosch. This is what takes the time, all this colour changing. So yeah, I took a couple of goes before the top deck screws that are in there became loose from the bottom. It's a wicked colour actually, this. When it runs cleanly. Things we haven't actually got to the crazy bit yet. Top tip, leave the bottle upside down for a couple of seconds. Wow, that's bright. So that's right, that's right. That's a good mental reminder. I've still got to do those sections and not to forget them. Right, this should become a little bit more obvious now. That's kind of the idea, Alan. That's why I did this one. I did this one like this ages ago. So there's a little bit of bright colour going up the side. So you could say it looks a bit like a graffiti train. I do like American graffiti, like subway train stuff. It does look super cool. I wouldn't want to be the one trying to clean it off. Right, I really should double check I've got some leopard print. Let's get seriously invested in this first before I start worrying about stuff like that. Up the side of the door frames on the front windscreen pillar is absolute nightmare. It never ever sticks. So always make sure you put plenty up the side of the window frame on the door frame. You won't notice it till you've finished. You'll be like, rollicks, and there'll be a bit there, then you can't get it out without ruining everything. That's just the angle that the liquid mask is sprayed at. It just doesn't. It obviously gets blown off that edge. To self-help and art at the same time with the radio on. And also in the twister, the little tower posts, these little points, the little horns, liquid masks get stuck in there as well. I would have thought your old blue bubble one was some sort of weird acid trip. What's Alan saying please for? Oh, leopard print on the side. What, down to here, below the... Well, I don't know if I want to do it there. I'll have a think. Why do you want it down the side of the door? Because I always used to leave the side sections white. You're saying do leopard print here as well? I'll have a think about that. Same in the posts as well. The liquid mask doesn't like the posts. Liquid mask doesn't like me in general, to be honest. Another bit's just ripped out, wanker. Oh, and that was my pinstripe. Oh, jammy. Jammy, 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 jammy. I thought that was ruined. This is the me just moaning about liquid mask. Can you see the best side of it? Alright, it's going to have to do a little bit of wiggling around. See, good tweezers again. I think I've saved that. That was lucky. Hadn't engaged brain then. Right, and Basil should now announce himself.
Everybody's screaming. Screaming and blowing your mind. I take it smart.
I haven't got any tartan paint, sorry Ian. You could do a big soul tire on the roof of yours. Give all your enemies a target when they're lapping you. Sorry, competitors. Enemies sound so vulgar. So I'm still learning this pinstripe last stuff.
Everybody's screaming. Screaming and blowing your mind. I take it smart.
This is what happens when you just use a little bit too, you don't get enough liquid mask in those awkward bits. So any fold, make sure you get the liquid mask in it. Any bend, curve, especially if you're using a spray gun.
Everybody's craving. I'm taking some more.
So this bit is the bit you need to do carefully, so it gives you a better finish if you've got these little bits and bobs out. It's not blowing around the shell when you're spraying. Sometimes the paint sort of goes over the liquid mask, so when you pull the liquid mask away it leaves like a little flap of paint. So then use your tweezers and just scratch it, or use your finger, the back of your glove, and just scrape it off. All of a sudden the basil looks better now because he's got his shading around him. So, come on. I drew that. Quite pleased with that. Right, I now desperately need to look to make sure I've got some some leopard print. So bear with me for 2 seconds. I'm going to go through my secret stash. No. Oops, no. Yes! Why is it always the last thing? Last bit of the pile? Right, now this is like super personal. This has taken me a long time to figure out how to do this. I'm kind of like famous for not doing that. That's just me being weird. But this is this is the bit everyone goes, oh, you must spend hours doing that. And I'm like, yes, I do. No, I don't. When I was learning, I'd spend hours doing this. And I would have like, it's all cut into sections. I'd have it all weeded out and I'd have it all stuck down and I'd just spray it in one go. But it would take me like an hour to put it all down. Now I just do that, and I do that, and then I do that. I don't need that now. So what used to take me, I don't know, 3 bits of liquid, 3 bits of masking sheet to do one shell, I now can probably do about 5 or 6 shells with the same sheet, because all I'm doing is just cutting out the trick is here not to stab yourself. Sharp tweezers, push through and remove. And at the same time, you're reducing the stickiness of the sheet by putting your fingers on it. Because the next thing you do, you put it on the shell, and you never get the bloody thing off. This is the most important bit of the whole process. This is the rank bit that everyone stares at. So the rest of the shell could be like amazing, but if this bit's done poorly, they won't notice the rest of the shell. So obviously a low PSI on the gun, because you don't want too much spraying. You're trying to lift this up, and it's literally a case of just move it round, place it, spray it, move it, spray it, move it, spray it, place it, repeat. I will go quiet as I'm concentrating. Obviously, this is what got me the nickname at my old club of handbags. So that's all it is. It's a case of just, you can move it around, build it up, have spaces where you've got lots of leopard print, and then I don't suppose anyone actually wants leopard print. This is what amuses me because it gives me such a bad reaction with people. Oh, sorry, good reaction. They're like, what have you done? It's like they don't notice the rainbow or the bad cartoon. They go, what is that? So you just literally plop it on, give it a bit douche. Make sure I got the black gun on. Now I'm a 3-gun wanker. And you don't even really want you don't want to do them all completely solid black. You want a couple that are just like slightly off, so there's a bit of, they're not too sharp. Because obviously it's got to look natural, even though it's going to be day glow. It can't look classy. It's got to look classy. And that's it. That looks wicked. Really bad. And then you just build it up again. I spent a long time trying to get the right scale. The first time I did it, they were too big. You want to be careful as well, because where the end of the sheet is, you'll get a bit of a build up. So you either got to rub off the line or overlap it so the line's not too obvious. It's a bit of finding your own feet really and seeing what works and what you actually prefer. See how it builds up incredibly quickly and how bad it's going to look. Sorry, cool. Bad being cool. So that's now the front section done. The beauty is you can move it and put it down where you think it looks good, and then if you don't like it, spray some more. I mean, the more you do, the more classy this is going to look, obviously. I mean, if you're going for classy, you probably wouldn't be doing this in the first place. Or not with a rainbow, anyway. I see Colin's gone very quiet on Twitch. Obviously, this is a sort of an old Essex favourite, this, isn't it? Leopard print. They're the wrong side of the river. And that edge is stuck down. Yeah. I'm super pleased with this because I've spent a lot of time trying to get this leopard print to look right. Why am I going to get mugged for it in Basildon? Yeah, I'll turn up to a brand new club and then just go, hello, leopard print, cooey. It is the reaction I like, because you get instantly dismissed. Oh, yeah, you really don't want fluffy interior in a car that looks like leopard print. Is that right, Alan? Oh, Cipollina's got a leopard print interior in his car. But I know this is completely Marmite. You either like it or you love it. There is no middle ground. I remember Ashley saying that he wants leopard print sort of ghosted into his next Purple Wonder. I could do a tacky sun visor. Don't know if it's a bit too much though, you know what I mean? I'll keep it classy. So this is the bit that takes this is a bit of time consuming this. The next bit is incredibly fast and really defines the colour of the shell. It's knowing what colour to put in the leopard print. And I'm going to try, and that's why I've kept this one here, because I kind of like what I did with it. Because it's kind of different each time. This goes to like, what can I pick up? I go, ooh, that worked. And sometimes they don't. I did a snow leopard. Now that didn't look very classy. I know it sounds it, but snow leopard, that was a definite no. Lots of blues and silvers, and it really didn't work. I could get a Basil Live visor and have it all made out of leopard print. So when you stick it on I know who watches me because they're going to have my visor stripe. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? I could see if I could do that. I know someone, my person that makes up my stickers, he can, I mean, he'd probably just laugh at me. If I pay him, he kind of does what I ask though, so it's useful. I got the leopard print on my jumper, on my apron, on my banner. He just wants to know what stupid idea I've got next. And then he sort of makes it, he gives me like 3 or 4 options. I could do this, this or this. And I just go, yes. And he just looks at me. Alan, is this how you do yours when you do your Mitzi leopard print? Or have I just given something super top secret away? You watch the response when I put this on the paint chat later. You're like, yo, what's that? It'll be the shell I get the least comments on, or likes, I promise you. Even though it's the one I'm most proud of. There's a couple of dudes that they're like anything that looks a bit rat look, and they like it. But generally this won't get any love. You're very lucky to have Richard. I'd kill for someone with that much talent. I could pick their brains with. Paint Yoda. Oh, dropping things. Oh, luckily I had my guard on that. There we are. Accidents do happen. Lucky that wasn't my foot that landed on. This is a 0.7 needle, really? This is an old Badger, I believe, which I had one of them. Right, we're kind of there. I did listen to what Alan suggested about putting leopard print along the doors as well, but I think that's just a little bit too much. What are people's idea? What are people's thoughts? Should I go full in? I think there's a lot on there already. It's the fun bit now. I did the eagle eye. Do you notice I dropped my brush just a second ago? Thankfully, I had the guard on. So I've got to work out what I've just dislodged. So I'm going to come back to that later and have a look. But I had the guard on it. So that's saved it, but I need to figure out what wiggle, what's wrong with it. I'll put that to one side. So you want me to what? You want to come in from there and along? If I do there. I'm going to go to the front point. So I'm going to bring in that bottom section there, but down no higher than there, and I'll fade it back. Because I like to have the front wheel arch white, just so I can see it clearer. Although there's a lot going on this, so I shouldn't be tricky seeing my shell. Right, I did get some advice last night about they call it rat tails. Well, my mate calls it rat tail. Mr. K Paint, he was telling me that my rat tails are too loose. So hopefully that sorted that out. Learn something. Turn a negative into a positive. Right, I think we're there. Right, so now the fun bit starts. Because now you've got to make that look like that. So that had orange, yellow, and gold. My God. So I got that for reference, so I can get it vaguely similar. It's never going to happen. Can be bought in all very well run stationery shops in Kent, preferably Gravesend, preferably my shop. Just a cheap kids brush. Dibby dabby dabby. And yes, that really is it. It has to be well abused though, this brush. It's got to be like the brush. It's got to be very, very stiff, like basically just dried solid. I've got 7 watching on Facebook. Hello. I can't tell who's watching on Twitch. That is, I prefer this. It is pearl copper. Other golds are available. Use that for your grills, do you? Gold's very underrated. It's not used very much. Mostly everyone uses chrome, which we are having on this as well. But pinstripes always seem to be always either black or chrome. Right, so now we want orange. I like the grill. Ian. Okay, there goes the music again. See this? I don't know why YouTube keeps screwing up like this. Eventually I'd like to stream it through my actual computer, but I haven't got any. I'm using an old crappy surround sound system at the moment. So obviously who hasn't got a list of what to do with funds? It just annoys me that it can't cope with it's either the heat or something. It keeps doing what it's doing now, it cuts out. Really annoying. Big up broken. I'll get to it in a second. I don't want to stop and not remember where I am. So it's just the white now, and then the chrome, and then we're done. Well, and a bit of backing of the chrome, but you get the gist. It's not too far off now. And you'll be surprised how light this weighs. Because if you think about it, it's all just there's not much doubling up of colours. Okay, the fox in the middle, but other than that, it's pretty lightweight. some of these just come off easy, and some of these are really stubborn. I forgot my pinstripes.
Exit to the left in the direction of travel.
We'll see in a second, lover. Yeah, bloody stereo. I can't knock it though, it's given to me, so it's... Because anything out here gets absolutely ruined with all the dust. Right, so we're getting there. If you think about it, I've only used 2 cups of white. So it's still not a lot of weight of paint. Okay, there's a bit here, which I know is probably not the optimum place to keep it. Once the overspray comes off this bad boy, I'm just going to do the pinstripes now, and then we're going to see some pop pop. sort out this bloody radio. Right, press that. Stupid thing. Right, so now it's just the pinstripes. Which you're going to cut your finger on. These are going to be so sharp, hopefully. Right, what was I listening to? I was listening to that. Hopefully that'll play. I think the sides look better, do you, Mad Jock? I'm not convinced yet. I don't know. It's going to have to warm to me a little bit. Sometimes less is more, but this is a bit over the top anyway, isn't it? As I said, this isn't supposed to be a tasteful shell. This is supposed to be, look at me. Now get out of my way. It's amusing when you're at the big meetings and they're calling people through, and they're going, red car, move over the way, and they see my car and they're like, yeah. White front splitter is what I normally get called.
Exit to the left in the direction of travel.
Well, I'm definitely not copying anyone, I'll tell you that much. What are you doing up so late anyway? Like, it's South Africa, isn't it like an hour ahead? So, like, it's nearly 12:30 here on a Monday morning, in the morning. So it's like, what, 1:30 in the morning for you? Are you like super nocturnal? So it's kind of rude to ask, I suppose. Yeah, so you're an hour ahead. Are you like super nocturnal? Oh, lots of flicker. Right, last bit now. These do take me quite a while, these shells. But I don't often get the time to really go in on one of my own ones. I normally just practicing the odd bit of technique and then, well, that'll do. So this will be kept for best and probably not used for a while. I've still got plenty of shells to do. I just fancied having a bit of motivation and doing something a bit daft. That's 2 coats. Right, last bit. Right, finished. Right, the whole idea of this is it's over the top. Over the top of what? I'm not sure. But over the top. Over the top. Grab people's attention. Fight or flight. Marmite or gag. I hate the overspray on these. Other shells is really satisfying. Oh, Albert. Now that mirror pops. The camera is absolutely shitting itself. A bit like me. That's making me wince. I painted it. Definitely won't miss that. No, you're not supposed to say it looks cool. You're supposed to go, ah! Move out of the way and give me an extra point. How sharp that looks at the front. Camera's actually coping quite well with the shiny. So I put pinstripes either side of the rainbow in chrome, and they've really popped. It's not really showing on the camera. There's that point up into the headlight, the rear brake light here. That pops like a... Super pleased with that. The fox needs work. It's like Homer Simpson. Yeah, I think it actually looks better. I'll admit I wasn't keen because on the old one I'd kept the sides white. I think it actually works better with the leopard down the door. Only a little bit though. So you won't miss that from a mile off. I'm just going around the track missing all the apexes. So thank you very much for watching. I shall put some better pictures up in a minute on the if you're a member of the paint chat, have a watch and see how bad the response is on this bad boy. This will probably get half the normal comments, but I enjoy doing it, and I learn a lot from this one, doing my own shell. There's lots of techniques in this that I can then put onto proper jobs, and I've learned if I push myself here, it makes the proper jobs easier. So I always do something a bit crackers for me, and that one's this is gonna stand out like a. This is really bright, really bright. Right, brace yourself. Thank you very much. Good morning, good evening, good night. Thanks for all the kind comments.